What's happening? Kyle Postwade, aka Malker, here at Big Kitty Games. It's Tuesday morning. Time to get into some bug fixing. Took the weekend off amazingly. Needed to recuperate my sleep after terrible sleep last week. I'm doing good now though. Starting to warm up, starting to get a bit, what's the word in English? Hay fever, allergies, pollen. Pollen is spreading around out here. Let's see, so we've got a bunch of new bugs posted on the tracker. There's one in particular that has been requested I take a peek at right away. So let's do that. Somehow the New World preview camera seems to have broken. And yes, it does seem to have. Let's see. So we want to be looking at preview terrains. Nothing is spawning at all. I don't even see a image here that's supposed to render on top of, I believe. Preview camera should be a thing. That's the distant camera. Hey Goofy, what's happening? Well, let's take a peek at the code. Yeah, I'll close this stuff up for now. Is there something I wanted to look at in here? I think there was. I forget though. Come back to that. Oh, I do want to actually. Let's push all of these changes so we can get a fresh commit. Goofy King. Been working on color and been calling it presentation, like changing sort of the outward appearance of the game, sort of the user experience a bit. Want to keep those changes separate because I'm probably not going to patch them in today. Maybe to beta. Don't really need to add all of this into version control. That minus was that it's removing it. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to touch anything. Well, let's look at the code. So that is controlled in the ginormous start UI. It's going to be tagged preview for all of that. Preview button, preview world creation, preview camera. I must be feeding that directly now. Preview camera is alive and well. Calling mask building. Really? Doing good, Goof King. How are you? Still waking up a little bit. Open world preview. Here we go. Preview game object enabled, camera enabled. Get the seed. PW. It's not actually how it does it though. Anyway, spawns a new chunk. Doesn't look like it's doing this though. Running cancel tasks, await new update. Nothing out here that cancels and leaves. Should be launching these, allow auto connect. It's going to loop through those one per. Oh, and I just changed something. Shoot. I'm supposed to do that. See how there's pollen floating around. Sorry if I sneeze and wiping my eyes and stuff. So this is working on colors, trees. Gonna commit that. I'm on the beta. That's good. I wanted to be on the beta. I'm going to now switch back to production. Where we can fix our bugs. It's gonna make me re-import. Take just a moment. Cat cam's a little whitewashed there. It's that time of day. It's a cloudy white day. There's not, I can see some blue sky, but it's that white bright. It's brighter than the blue sky. I had someone tell me they saw me on the street and they didn't want to say hey because it looked like I was really angry. Because I really sensitive eyes to the light. Walk around like this on the street if I don't have my sunglasses on. Okay, camera's still there. Want to add that debug in. And give this a run. And running should be visible too. No, that's in here, never mind. No, yeah. Yeah. It's a weird place to put that, but make sure we're not jumping straight into single. Preview camera has not turned on. Run has been called though. It looks like the parent is turned off. So even if the camera gets turned on, the parent won't be turning on with it. Let's see. Preview camera is now getting a direct reference. What about the dynamic character avatar script? not sure why I have that disabled. Something is disabling it in runtime though. Let's look at dynamic. No. Not avatar. Avatar creation is different, but we are setting the avatar.gameObject to false as well. Not entirely sure why. Never actually gets set to on. But character creation is working fine, right? Also, the creation UI must be turning it on manually. I guess the real question is, why is the preview camera underneath the avatar at all? Let's open up the avatar creation UI. Take a peek at whatever camera it's using. Camera.main.transform. Should not be using this guy. This guy is not the main camera. So I think he accidentally got dragged under there somewhere, is actually what happened. Sometimes when you're clicking on one of these, you accidentally click and drag something around. So here we've got, this is still working as expected. And preview terrains are now working as expected. So I must have just dragged that under there accidentally somewhere. Looks good. Alright. Let's get rid of the debug we tossed in there. And map preview not correct. Is that the bug? No. Not sure, somebody wrote up one here, but that's fine. I'm just getting private messages to fix it. So we can write that down as fixed. So let's see, this is actually going to be, I mean, we can just rename this later. That's what I'm working on for beta. So this is going to be, you know, this will be 6 or something. Not even put it there yet. So we've entered into March, believe it or not. The last month of Q1, scary thought. Let's see, fixed world creation preview camera. All right, moving on. Let's see what we got. Leather helmet doesn't go past ready. Leather helmet doesn't go past ready uncommon, but when selecting copper ring and increasing ready to legendary and switching back to leather helmet, then it stays on ready legendary. And you can craft legendary leather helmet items at tier 0. Interesting. Basic armor sets were moved to the skill trees. Well, let's give it a try. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Say I'm trying to unlock fancy leather. Let's go home. I believe currently I don't have them unlocked. So I moved them onto here. Let's say I unlock. I don't have any points. Un momento, por favor. More. So I'm going to unlock up to uncommon. I'm going to go to crafting, leatherworking, armor, helmet, and I've got uncommon. I can't go higher though. And then let's say that I get the jacket up to rare. And he was saying that you can go to the jacket, get it up to rare, and then swap to helmet. Yes, that's not intended. Is the stream really quiet? I'm kind of mumbling, to be honest. It does look a little quieter than usual though, doesn't it? I can turn it up a little bit. Let's see, I want to go to device. Settings. I don't want this stupid useless window. This is the one that I want. I'm working on my USB audio device. Oh, you mean why is nobody in chat? That's because nobody's chatting. I thought that was where you could turn it up there. Sound settings. There we go. Speakers, monitors, recording. The one that I'm using, is it going to tell me? I'm pretty sure it's this guy. And I can turn it up a little bit more. See how that works. Yeah, it's getting into the yellow a little bit now. I think it's just kind of not as close to my mouth as I usually put it. And I'm kind of mumbling. It's still early morning. So anyway though, this is working as intended except for the swap over there. So let us go ahead and take a peek at that. Yeah, game's doing good. Working, got a plan for the month. Some different things going to be doing this month, but still need to spend some time on making sure bugs don't float around, so I'm hoping to assign Tuesdays to bug fixing and the rest of the week to working on the stuff I'm working on. So I'm looking for recipe details UI, and refresh should be getting called. So we're looking at checking the level, tier, and rarity. Make sure it's not too high. We're doing that here. This actually doesn't matter. We do want to be making sure the rarity also is not going too high. If it's not simple, it can change rarity, and we already did simple checks here. If we can't change rarity, or if it's simple, we're going to put it back to 0. So we've passed those checks. It's not a void potion. It's not a tabula rasa potion. We want to switch the current rarity, but we actually want to, let's see, should already have the template. I believe the change methods are down here. Change level, change tier, change rarity. I'm basically just going through the known recipes list, making sure that we're not too high. That doesn't look like it's happening anywhere down here. Known recipe, known recipe. Yeah, I don't think that is going off anywhere. I'm going to put it in here temporarily and do a little search for known recipes, which is only happening in those two spots. Okay, so we do want to do this here. We want to grab the recipe itself, and if we find it, we want to retrofit the level to be whatever the max is. That should fix that. We'll give that a try quick. I'm going to start writing this up while it loads. I did actually start it here. Basic armor sets were moved to the skill trees in order to unlock, in order to craft rare plus leather helmet. You will need to unlock, you'll need to upgrade, you'll need to unlock it on the leatherworking tree. Fix the swap not updating rarity for next batch. I assume. Let's give it a try. So we're working on our leather crafting armor. We've got a jacket we're going to make rare, and then if we go to the helmet, it swaps back down to uncommon, as you would expect. Resolved here. Gems not respawning in caves. Gems do not respawn in caves. It may be that stone and ore are also not respawning. I'm not sure the animals are correctly not respawning after boss is defeated. Major bug. Alright, well let's try it out. The setting for that I don't remember, but I can find in the console. Resource respawn rate, something like that. Let's find ourselves a cave. This one too, this always has this log here. These aren't supposed to spawn here. I want to look at that later. But anyway, let's see, we got a ruby there. We got a big rock here. I'm going to harvest it. And before I get that one, I'm actually going to look at, let's see what it is. Help commands. Let's maximize this so you can see it a little better. Spawn multiplier. Those aren't the ones we want to mess with. Resource respawn rate. There it is. So I think it's currently at 7. Resource respawn rate. Current is 6. Let's do resource respawn rate of 0.1. Can I do that? Set to 1 as the minimum. I'm just going to get this guy too, and let's go ahead and get that ruby for testing purposes. Oh, what am I using here? Do I not have any tools? I threw my pick away somewhere. Un momento. Let's see here. There we go. So I got a stone, and a ruby. Let's go ahead and destroy this guy. Warning, an error has occurred. What? No structure found to remove. Removing a structure in a cave. Interesting. You write that down. Error, removing structure in cave. Won't get back to that. I'm sure that's a tiny little fix. And basically what we want to do now is leave the cave. Oh, and somebody else reported this. It is. Look at that. It just threw me back into the cave. This is another bug that's on the bug tracker currently. Well, what's going on here? I certainly didn't mess with this. It's not nice. Turning off surface world. That's funky. Well, let's teleport home. And we'll have to look at that. But it is day 5798, 9 o'clock. So I should just be able to skip ahead a day. And those resources should respawn. I'm going to set the time to midnight, let it go to the next day. And then I'm going to set the time again to midnight. So it should now be a good 27, 28 hours or something in the future as far as the math is concerned. And if I go back into the cave now, we would expect, yeah, that didn't work because it bugged out, but does indeed look like they did not respond. And this is not letting me leave, but that's okay, we can save in here for now. I will first take a peek at what we're doing here. This guy's done. So we'll look at the harvestable object. Now, this is what we're expecting to go off here. Basically, well, this is a problem too. That's why I destroyed that building. So we're actually going to have to figure out how to just fix that first, I think. Because if there's a building right there, I don't want it to be respawning trees in the middle of the buildings. So it does this respawn check to make sure that it's not respawning too close to a building that someone has built. So it has to be at least 10 feet away, or 10 meters away, from a player structure to be able to respawn. That's probably what's happening for us, but it sounds like it's also not respawning even if there isn't a structure there, according to Alicio, no, according to John. Should get a debug. No? Didn't actually get any debugs for that. Going in, turning off, finished loading. I was expecting a debug there. Well, let's stick to this first before we get to the structure. So, world encounter is going to be spawning with the cave march and cube script. About down here when we spawn, set up spawned resource. We were doing floor and ceiling, I believe, for those. So it's going to go through the exact same math. This is a deterministic noise. It's going to try and spawn those stones. Actually, those would be decorations, wouldn't they? Anyway, the ceiling resource would be the ruby. It's going to grab the harvestable object, set the world encounter manager, and set all of this stuff manually as well. What that's going to do is when the gem turns on, start is going to fire. This stuff's already set up because world encounter manager is not null. We're going to attempt to grab the stats, assuming they're not null. Let's say if resource is equal to ruby. We're going to watch that ruby that we got. Loaded stats not null. So anything that I haven't touched yet would have null stats. Nothing changed, so it didn't save any changes. This is only if it found something that changed would we have loaded stats. And then what it's going to do is check to see if it's dead, which would be 0. Loaded stats 0. And then it's going to figure out the respawn time. Which is basically whatever its death day was saved as, plus whatever the resource respawn rate is set to, which we set to 1. So it should only be 24 hours later it tries to respawn. And that should give us all the checks that we need. It's then going to attempt to make the respawn check or fail it. Otherwise, it will destroy itself if any of these come up as false. But in any case, it should have sent out this respawn check failed debug. So that was a little unexpected there. Loaded stats, respawn time 5802 on the ruby. So it doesn't think I've reached the respawn time yet. interesting. So it made it to here, and checked out. So I bet the other one's doing that too. So they're not making it to the respawn check. The ruby though, resource respawn rate. Current is 1. The way that that gets used is right there. We can see that it's at 1. Somehow the death day got... Well, yeah, that's actually kept separate. When you destroy it... let's see... Death day equals 0. Loaded stats dot death day. Well, when you harvest the resource, which I skipped past there, didn't I? This is the start method. Then there is the harvest object method. If you get it, if the remaining is 0, and the world encounter manager report death. If it's not an animal, report death. This is only going to trigger if we are in host. Yeah, I think this is set up incorrectly here, isn't it? So basically, if you've done enough damage to get a reward out of it, and it determines that there are no more remaining, it's time for it to die. And that's different. So it's this part here. If remaining is 0, if the world encounter is null, we want to get it off the map marker. If it's not an animal, we want to report death. Report death is only going to trigger if we're a host, though. And that's just not correct. That should be if game settings play mode does not equal client. Creative, single player, and host all want to be doing this. But we are getting this debug, so it obviously has saved. So what am I missing here? You know, I got these 3 resources in here, and they are properly not respawning, properly marked as dead. So if this was preventing that, that wouldn't have happened in the first place. No, yeah, this is different. This is just doing the reports that's going to send out that death to the players. This is not actually where we're saving the data. Where is that going on? Add resource harvested. Yeah, it doesn't even actually need to be destroyed. as long as the stats have changed, we should be reporting those. Where is that going on? Update stats. If it's not an animal, there it is. Update stats. Okay. So we're going to generate the new stats. Rarity resource. We're going to get the day count. We're going to add the hour to that as a decimal. If the world encounter is not null, we're going to add these new stats to that. Otherwise, we're just going to add the resource stats. So that should all be correct. I'm not quite sure why. It seems like we're still 2 days away from respawn, but we can certainly try it again. So let's do, let's see. I'm going to move it ahead again into those two more days. What was it? 5802. Okay, so it's now 5803. So I'm just going to save. Oops, right here, and I'm going to reload. Head back in, and we should expect to see some different debugs here. We're going to get loaded stats, we're going to get respawn time, and we should get a failed respawn check. Okay, we got glowing mushroom failed, ruby failed, cave boulder failed. Yeah, those were all at 802 for some reason. Seems a little odd, but working as expected so far there. Everything is just upset that this here is too close. So let's figure out how to fix this guy, and then we can have those guys reload properly. So the problem with him was building UI structure, I believe. Destroy button, destroy window, somewhere along these lines. Button clicked, destroy, confirm destroy, request structure destruct. Under player building. That is fine and well, but we can't assume that this is necessarily connected to a building data holder. Could be inside of a world encounter. Now, does the structure mark that? I don't think it does. No. So let's see here. How about prior to destruction? Morning, Turbo. Thank you. Let's see, so I'm thinking I can do a check for either the world manager or a terrain. Let's do terrain. Yeah. Terrain T equals S trans dot get component in parent. Hi kitty. What are you doing? You gonna sit on my lap? Terrain. So this is gonna scan through all of the parents, try to find a terrain above the structure. Now if T does not equal 0 null, then we know we can go ahead and do that. Remove structure from the position. Yeah, that works. Otherwise, it should be safe to assume that we need to chunk manager dot get terrain save file. This so far can be the same, but we want to go to world encounter building data holder dot remove structure. Like so. That should fix that. Give it a try. And if it does work, we're going to want to destroy it, save, quit out, and come back in once more so those resources can try to respawn. And then we're going to want to test it once more to make sure those death days are getting assigned properly, because it kind of felt like they weren't, to be honest. Our resource spawn rate, I don't think cave resource respawn rate or anything is any different. Let's look at that rate. What do we got here? Resource respawn rate. I'm pretty sure that's the only one that there is. There's no cave resource respawn rate that's separate from that. Oh, I remember what I wanted to look at this here. I kind of wanted to set, yeah, I think I'll leave it off though. I was thinking I'd set always run to default on, but I think I'll leave it off. Okay, so that worked. I'm just going to back up, and we're going to save. And I'm going to close it, start it back up. As soon as it finishes closing, there it goes. Now, that staircase is not going to interfere with the stuff. What's up, Art? Gracias on that. Loaded stats 0. Loaded stats respawn time is now 5805. So it's actually gone up 2 days, even though I've gone ahead. So yeah, there's something going wrong here. Oh, no, I know what that is. That's caused by the structure. If it fails the respawn check, it actually applies another week of respawn checks. But the default would be a week. In this case, I've set it to 1. I'm not quite sure why it's giving me 5805.6. I would expect 5804.6 or 006. We should be able to see that up here though. So if respawn check fails, we want the death day to be set to the current time plus the resource respawn rate, which in our case should only be 1. So why is that going up to 0.5? Well, no, yeah, okay, that makes sense. This should actually not be here. This is the death day. And then the resource respawn rate actually gets calculated when it attempts to respawn up here. So we're adding on that twice. So we don't want that. We only want it once. So that will improve that. But in any case, I'm going to have to skip ahead another couple days since the staircase broke them once more. No storehouse issues for art. Glad to hear that. I do want to change the update button or something a little bit there. Kind of forget what I meant to even do myself. Somebody was complaining about no updates on the update button, so we need to rename that. Or really, I went up to 5805. I saved. Yeah, and I'm gonna go back in. We should pass the respawn check and respawn now. So hopefully what the bug was actually encountering here that's being reported was that the respawn time is actually double what he was expecting. So I think it actually works. It was just applying the resource respawn rate twice, which is of course not what we want. How do you say her name there? Idib? Respawning plant collided with mesh. Interesting. Building town or world encounter mask. Why would you do the world encounter mask? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do the world encounter mask? You would not. Why would you do that? Building or town is all that we want. World encounter mask would be the cave in its entirety. There's some reason I put that there. Floating islands, lava caves. That should not be there. So that was a bug indeed. EDB. I got pollen up in my eyes. Sorry, I'm not high, I swear. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just getting red-eyed from pollen. Respawn check failed for the glowing mushroom. Oh, that's somewhere else. But these guys came back, and the ruby even re-rolled its check properly and respawned as uncommon. So that's working now as expected. I believe I have, yeah, the mushroom was right here. I built this little platform so I could grab him, and he's not allowed to spawn right next to platforms, so that is actually as expected. There's a little copper ore. I think copper ore could be made a little easier to spot, and caves could certainly be made a little more complex, but they're not bad. So I think that is all working as expected. Let's go ahead and yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay, let's write that down so I don't forget about it. And we need to look at exiting caves, which seems to be not working properly. Fixed cave resources not respawning properly. And what else? There was kind of some more to that. Fixed resource respawn rate being doubled. Now then, when I leave the cave here, what's going on? $958.32 for all of these. Going in. Teleport needed. Let's see. World encounter teleporter on trigger enter is calling the world master. Yeah. If downward. You're certainly not supposed to be downward. Why do you think that you're downward? Is that what's going on here? How did that happen? Underground exit teleporter is marked as downward. That is not correct, sir. Is that the only problem? Why did you get marked as downward? You're supposed to be going upward. Like so. How did that happen? Probably just not force setting it. Yeah, I'll need to change the... Oh, paused it while it was spawning stuff. I will need to change the prefab, which is right here somewhere. Cave underground exit teleporter. So this is the underground one. And if that's the case, he's always fine to be set as not downward. I certainly haven't opened this up and changed that though. When did that happen? Then there's the above ground cave entrance. I want to double check is not broken. I think he's up. Where is he? Cave, where are you at? Cave surface entrance. Take me to it. He uses a different system. Yeah, no, he's marked as downward. So this guy wants to be downward. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I 100% have not double-clicked this cave underground exit prefab, gone specifically to the teleporter and marked it as downward. I mean, that's a lot of steps. I would remember that, and I don't have any reason to be doing that. I don't know why all of a sudden that would change, but sure, let's give it a test. Start writing it down. Fixed cave underground teleporters not teleporting. Well, let's just say exit. Not exiting properly. And I just want to go in this direction. And there we go. Fixed for next patch. Thank you for the report. I want to put that up here. And what else did we do? I think that was a cave exit something. Cannot exit caves. Map preview. Player log. Tried to change mode settings. Show on preview F1 key, then ceases to work. What? Trying to create a new world with swampy areas. Tried to change mode settings, but only single color brown shows on preview. What now? The F1 key then ceases to work. Reset to default and no change. Not sure what's going on here. Tried it again on default settings and still nothing useful is displayed. This is a Vulcan problem. Yeah, he's talking about the map not working, yeah. Oh, okay, the brown was that beige just background that only shows up, yeah. Malika promised when we estimate March 1st, recommends chasing problems, added bug tracker should prompt response. They're talking about the map preview. What is it? New world map preview fixed for next patch. The camera got accidentally dragged under here somehow and it broke it. So I moved it back out and now it works. Generation of structures doesn't, yeah, okay, let's look at this. Well, I mean, that's one thing. Oh, he's talking about the, yeah, it's the same problem though. So we've got, for example, let's close all of this down. This is going to be under procedural spawning, procedural area, and for example we're going to be looking at the procedural prefab for the cave. It's got a size of 60. Now that means that nothing should be allowed to spawn within 60 meters of it. I think the encounters are getting a little bit of special treatment though, and they're ignoring that. So first thing we do here is we predetermine world encounters. So if we've got one such as a cave, we're going to grab its location along with its size and create a procedural location, and we're going to add that to the used locations list, right? And we're also adding it to the spawned locations. What is the 0 there? Tree index. Okay, yeah, we don't need that. So I don't think size gets added here. No. So this should be what matters. We've added a used location. The location is marked with the size. Procedural world encounter prefab. Get world encounter. Should be able to find that. Let's just go ahead and do a debug to get that procedural world encounter prefab size. And let's do the type too. Whoops. Counter type plus. And I don't actually need that. Let's do, oh geez. Plus pwep dot size, just for checking purposes. Again, it should be 60 for the cave. So then what we're going to go through is then try to spawn normal stuff. And when we try to spawn normal stuff, what we do is we prepare spawn, passing in the used locations and the spawn locations, again, which we've added the world encounter to. Now when we do this, we're trying to find a location, again using the ones we've already used, and it's going to make use of those by checking any new location attempt. It's just going to basically grab a random location within the area, and then it's going to check location against all of the used locations. It's going to loop through all of them. And it's going to do just a two-dimensional check to see if the x and the z of the location that we've input versus the new one that we are attempting to create. I think this is wrong here, isn't it? If the distance is less than the location to check size and the original location size, then and only then. Huh? Wait, no, okay. That was correct. Or. So if it's too close to the cave in this example, which would be this guy, so this should be 60. So if anything is within 60 meters, or if it's too close to this guy, meaning he's probably like a tree with only a 1 meter distance or something like that. If either of these are correct, if the distance is too close to either of those, we return false. When we return false, we throw that location away, we add to our temps roll, and we try again. That all looks proper. While attempts, less than 10, location size. Took forever to unlock silk thread. What do you mean? Find a location, start a new one, make an attempt. Location size is less than, oh yeah, okay. No, so yeah, if it's bigger than 64, then we just force it into the middle. This is 128 by 128 area that we're generating within, so if it's a giant piece, we just stick it right in the middle and use the location size. Cave is not. It gets a random location. It's going to use that location size, so yeah, it only allows it to be within the bounds of leftover space, which is not much for a cave. But again, this just doesn't seem like anything's wrong. But on that cave that we were at, we had trees spawning right inside of it. I haven't actually changed anything here, have I? I have not. World encounter type, size. Size is set to 60. Yeah, there's definitely stuff spawning inside of them. But my code looks like it's correct. How do you like the new movement art? Is the running backwards? Do you vote against that? Walking slow backwards? I know you certainly can in real life run backwards a lot faster than this. I think that is probably making it, and even when you do like even the diagonal run, that does make it more difficult to kite stuff, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe, like you were saying though, yeah, maybe more like 80% or something. 50% feels a little extreme, doesn't it? I'm gonna just turn the time up a little bit here so it's not so dark. Stuff is definitely spawning though. Anyway, I was supposed to be looking at the debug here. Where did that go? Respawn show. We want to turn those off. Forgot to turn those off. Don't need you. Don't need the Ruby checks. I think there was one more. Loaded stats. There we go. We don't need you. I think there was actually another one even. I think it was down. No, maybe not. Respawning plant collided with something. That's fine. No, yeah. Anyway, we were looking at. That was after that. Yeah, here we go. Swamp branch. So stuff is spawning. This is all outside. Tower size 20. Okay, that's not what we're looking at. Cave entrance size 60. So that is triggering properly. And I already saved out here, right? I did, okay. So what's going on here? Let's see. I don't really want to spam a debug for everything that comes out, but we have added to our used locations. We're passing that into prepare spawn. Again, that's being used to find a location. Again, those are being used to roll against our check locations. And let's see. Let's just do something like if, let's see, maybe I want it in here. This is going to be a false. We would expect a bunch of stuff to be triggering here. If lock.size is equal to 60, meaning our cave, debug log, check location distance check failed. And I'm going to do, let's say, location to check dot size. It's not really going to help me out, but yeah, because if I try to add a debug higher than this, like up here, I'm going to get a lot of stuff to the console that's really not going to be useful. I could maybe just check those stumps or maybe find something specific that's spawning in there, but run enchant should still work. It's literally just giving it 50% right now. I have not personally tested that, but it should just be 100% and then 50%. So if you've got an upped max run speed because of run enchants, it should just be 50% of that max run speed when you're going backwards. So you should still go faster. Check distance failed. So yeah, there's some stuff that is failing here. 321 times, in fact, against our cave. But some stuff is still getting through somehow. Kind of did want to look at this from above, to be honest. Let's see here. Where are we at? See, this might be our problem actually, because there's a nice clear ring going on here, but it looks like this half of the ring has not been treated properly. So I wonder if that's actually sticking into another area, which it's not supposed to be. Let's see. So we're at 337, 263. What is that divided by 128? We're at 2.6, so we're in between 2 and 3. 0.6 sounds a little extreme though. 263 divided by 128 is 2.0, so that's not good. We're right on the z-edge, which is what we're looking at here, yeah. We're right on the z-edge of a different area that's not going to know about this guy. So he's actually getting positioned improperly is the problem. Like I said, this happens in 128 meter chunks. So I think like this is going to be a chunk, and then this is going to be a chunk. So he needs to be in the middle of one of these chunks. That's what this code up here is supposed to be doing. I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry for saying that so honestly. But I will be back in just, 3 minutes here. But I know what's going on here now. I'm not sure why it's going on, but we'll figure it out. And I unmuted the mic this time. Yeah, 俺も結構下痢いったよ今。ミャオ。はいはい。That was a little unexpected, but anyway. So, world encounter, local X. So this is actually rolling itself already, and this is supposed to be using a centimeter value minus local X times 128. It's predetermining it, but here it's doing it differently. Local X divided by 100. Anyway, we better look at the original data. Let's see here. This comes about in the encounter manager, or is it encounter data? Generate world encounter. Here we go. Local X, 100 meters. Okay, so it is not actually checking that properly. Okay, we do not want it to be doing that. Interesting. Oh, well, yeah, then here we go. Center the encounter into an area for easier object removal. That's the whole point of this. Local X. But see, that is not enough, because these are not meter values that we're talking about here. 924 meters, these are actually centimeters. So we want to be doing like this. Yeah? And then moving it back. And plus 64 would be like this. So we're going to actually put it right in the middle of whatever area we're in, which is an 8x8 grid, 8x8 grid on each terrain. Again, these are using centimeters, so I don't like the fact that I don't think that this is using that properly. Well, divided by 100 would be meters. So I guess that's right, huh? The location is going to be using meters, and it's actually using decimals, so it can do 1.2, for example. These are using integer values, so they're actually using solid centimeters, which works better for saving, because if you use a floating point number, it attaches all those zeros on there, so it's always at least 7 digits. Makes your files bigger unnecessarily and harder to read. So I think that will fix that. Problem being, it's only going to happen when we generate a world encounter, not when we revisit one that's already been generated. So it's not going to fix our cave here, but it should fix any caves or procedural towers that we run into from here on. So that's good news, and maybe not the best news in the world put together. Let's turn this debug off. That is not the problem that we were running into. I don't think I added anything else here. I did add that. Let's get rid of that. And we can test that by just going out somewhere we've never been before, finding an encounter, and looking at its position. We should find now that they divide right into the 2.5, 1.5. It should always be right at a 0.5 position. So let's just teleport out to somewhere, some God-forsaken wilderness. Again, that won't fix this guy because he's already saved to position himself right here. I want to fix this swamp grass too. I don't like this grass for the swamp. It's not very swampy, in my opinion. It's too flat too, but that's stuff I'm getting into later. That's what the beta branch is for. So I want to basically just teleport out somewhere. Let's do 78 kilometers in both directions. And 20 bucks, I land in the water. I swear. Oh, I didn't land in the water. It's amazing. I always land in the water when I teleport somewhere. It just drives me nuts. Let's see if we can't find... an encounter. What's going on here? What? Index was outside of the bounds array? What? Watcher large spawn, procedural terrain, 44. That's the problem with these. Sometimes you mess stuff up. That's why we like to test. Procedural terrain, 44. This is running through the network code, so it's not going to let me click on it. Procedural terrain 44. Noise Manager 341. Yeah, this has to do with the world encounter. Why are we dividing by 400? Thanks for the like, Nick. I don't even have my speakers on. Determine min-max position. Center X, center Z, determine center heights. Why is it divided by 400? What's that all about? It's a really random number. 400. Local X divided by 400. What's going on there? Determine center heights. It's all good and fine. Center X minus 20. Less than or equal to world encounter local X. Again, these are okay, no, yeah, that makes sense. Divided by 100 would bring us back down to meters. There is, however, not a terrain position every 1 meter. There's one every 4 meters. These have a resolution of 256 across 1,024 meters. So we're once again dividing that by 4 for a total of 400. Should give us our position in meters. Basically in 4 meters. Something didn't like one of these numbers though. It's using the local X, using the local Z. We changed this. Should not be possible for it to what's 924? Yeah, that's oops. How did I get those numbers? 128 let's see, minus 64 would be, that's not what I meant. 1024 minus 64 would be 960. Why are we going all the way to 924? Doesn't matter. But this would then round down to 1024 minus 128 and then add 64 to it, putting us at 960 anyway. So that's kind of a silly method there. Again, with this, that would keep us off of the edge. I think this would be better if we skipped ahead into the keeping it off of the border. So again, this is it's an 8x8 grid, meaning there's 64 possible areas for it to spawn in. If I get rid of the outer rings, that's going to bring us down to a 6x6, which is still 36 areas, which is plenty space, just to keep them from spawning like right next to each other. In which case, again, we would want to go more than 128 meters beyond here. So we want to go at least 890 down, I believe. Not the actual problem that we just saw spamming the console, but I do think this would be better. 130 meters. Let's just up that to like 135 to 890. And again, 896 would be there. So it should be off the edges. And then this is going to take that number and it's going to round it down using floor to int. So this should never give us 0. It's always going to give us at least 1. And then we're going to bring it back up to be at that point. So this would now be 12,800 if we hit the minimum there. Then it's going to add 64 meters on top of that to put us into the middle of that. That all looks good and fine. Now, when the noise manager goes to make use of that position, it does not want to be using centimeters, so it wants to bring it down to millimeters by dividing it by 100, and it wants to actually be using integer positions on the biome map, which is yeah, this is the biome, the XZ position, and then the vector to itself is the strength and the height. So we're using an XZ position for the index of our array, but it's only got 250, technically 7, more or less 6 positions. Which should be correct here. Our error was on 341. It's going to go through all the biomes using the X and the Z. Center X minus 20. Center Z plus 20. In every 128 divided by 4, there's going to be only 32 steps. Okay, so now that is a problem, isn't it? But now that I've moved them off of the edge, that should be okay. If we were on the edge, that would mean we were actually only halfway into this. Because there's 128 meters in an area. We divide that down by 4 to get the actual height map resolution, which is only 32 steps. And then we're actually only positioned halfway in that, so we're only at 16. So if you do 16 minus 20, you're going to go out of bounds. Or if you go to the other extreme and you try to add 20 onto that, you're going to go out of bounds. So that should fix that. We're going to have to re-teleport out. Since I didn't save, it should not save the stuff that it calculated yet. And I should be able to make the same jump. I believe I went 73 meters out there, was it? Or was it 78? I think it was 73. I'll just do that again. And that should work better since we're now avoiding the edge. So we're always going to be at least 32 plus 16. So we're going to be 48 meters from the edge always, which means we can go plus or minus 20 meters in any direction. Or 20 steps, really. Those are 4 meter steps is what we're talking about. So I'm just going to make a super jump. Looks like we landed in a rock. Not a big deal. Is this where we were, though? I don't think this is where we were. Anyway. Yeah, this is not where we were. Do I want to jump another 5? Maybe it was 78 that I did. Let me try that. I'm just going to do another. I thought it was 73, but it might have been different. Yeah, I think this is where we were. Yeah, this looks like it. So we'll let that load, and it was loading an encounter somewhere. Oh yeah, there it goes. There's a tower down here. Let's go check that out. I think I can survive out here. Maybe. Hopefully I don't get one shot by a rhino or something else. Where is this town? Oh yeah, I got you. You got nothing on me. Where? Well, that rock's sticking into this guy, so that's not what we would expect. Let's see. Not a very good example. Would have preferred a cave or something, but let's take a peek in any case. This is a Desert Big Rock 2, which is a decoration. Desert Big Rock 2. He's got a size of 15. Is that enough for you, sir? And how about these mesh colliders? They're set to convex, right? Okay. Just want to make sure that. 15. Let's say I put a sphere on you and I make it 30 size. That is about what you would expect. It's not completely encompassing the edge over here, but pretty much. It's pretty good. The tower, on the other hand, is going to be an encounter. I think he's a world encounter. Tower. He's only at 20 himself. If I put a sphere on him, it looks like he should actually have a lot more space around him than he does. I doubled the numbers there. I'm pretty sure that's correct because this is a radius. Let's make that a cube. Cubes I know are correct. This would be 40, 40, 40. Yeah, pretty sure that that is correct. but that rock's too close. Looks like there's no cacti or anything spawning in there anyway, which is good. This guy's just outside, so he's allowed. And I guess these guys aren't touching, but the math is not checking to... What if they both overlap? I think they're just barely not overlapping with each other. You see the center is like here, and the center's right here, so they're not actually hitting their edges. But if you add their numbers together, they do actually run into one another, which is not what we want. So let's go back to check location here. If distance is less than either of the sizes, or, and in that case, we could actually just do if the distance is less than both of the sizes. I think that would work better, wouldn't it? Wife. 何よ? おいよ、終わっちゃった? Okay. Wife turned the kerosene heater off. Now it's all smoky in here. I'm gonna open a window. I think that'll work a lot better though. So you've got 20 radius that you don't want to intersect, and you've got a 15 radius that you don't want to intersect. They have to both not meet up. That makes a lot of sense. And once again, yeah, I should actually just be able to reload this. I'm just going to save here, leave, and come back. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at harvesting animations this week. That's one of my to-dos. I want to just do bugs today. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to be working on animations and colors and some things like that. Visuals. Just going to turn the heater off while the window is open. Cat cam got like all whitewashed for some reason. Hey, touch bee. Yeah, so now that rock did not spawn, see? And I wanted to check the actual position of this guy. So let's see, he's at solid numbers. 320 divided by 128 is going to be 2.5. 192 is probably 1.5, so those are directly in the center of an area, so we should not see any overlapping. Would be nice to get sort of a more obvious example, but I'm pretty sure that that's some pretty good improvements there. So let's go ahead and call that good for now. Let's see, fixed large objects being able to intersect spawn positions. Does that make sense? Not really, but you know. Fixed large objects being able to intersect spawn radii. How about fixed world encounter, cave, tower, etc. Fixed objects spawning inside world encounters in certain situations. Let's see. Oh, nice. Congratulations on that. I don't know what a hasp is, but I can kind of assume what you're talking about. That's the lock, right? And then there's... Oh, that's just a handle, right? Oh, that is... Is that the lock? I don't think that that's a separate it is a separate object. That's weird. Is that supposed to be over here? Are you messing with me, Art? That would be the lock. I mean, because, yeah, there's no lock here otherwise. It's just a latch. And it is going right through there. And that would be what you put your key in, kind of, right? In a more modern storage chest, anyway. How did that... It's weird. Why was that back there? That's weird. I think you're correct. That should be right there, shouldn't it? Now someone's going to tell me my unlocked chest has a lock on it. But I never noticed that. It's weird. What about the treasure chest? This guy doesn't have a lock. He's got latches, hinges on the back. Is all he's got. I don't think I explained this properly. Fixed objects, let's see, fixed world encounters, cave, tower, etc. Being able to spawn in locations that would prevent other objects from spawning within them. And we need to do parentheses. Will only work, let's see, previously visited world encounters, previously, let's say spawned, rolled, previously rolled, visited world encounters will not auto reposition themselves. Only new encounters. Only newly found encounters will no longer have things spawning inside of them. Just to make sure everybody knows, so they don't go back to something they took a screenshot of a long time ago and say, it's still doing it. Generation of structure doesn't clear terrain properly. Resolved. Fixed. Let's actually just copy that whole thing. Thank you for the report, and I believe that that is actually reported somewhere else as well. By Stu, perhaps? What am I going to call this? Bull Rush stun skill doesn't work on meat-only animals. There's no way that that's correct. No upgrade buttons. It was a long time ago, wasn't it? I think it's further down. Let's do a refresh. I cleared some of these already. Question mark, null type, enchanting table, doesn't have level, doesn't update leveling unless switching recipes. Let me look at that. You can't bull rush a cow and stun it. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it shouldn't be meat only animals, but it might be animals specifically. Vertical dungeon ladder. What is this? When you press F. I fixed that a long time ago, didn't I? 1.5. Enchanting table doesn't update leveling unless switching recipes. Enchanting table doesn't update level unless switching recipes. Not totally sure what that means, but I will check that out. I'm looking for real quick. Objects should not respawn on foundations. Town no actually have a storehouse. Should not respawn on foundations. I have forgotten about some of these. I might need more than one day on bugs here someday here. None of the elementals can fit through the doorways. Some of the elements interact. All there's some place unless I'm pretty sure variable numbers of maybe one's complete. That's not it. But still a bug. Really? None of the elementals could fit through doorways. I was able to range kill every single mob. I was playing something the other day. What was I playing? Oh, I was playing EverQuest 2 for like a half an hour. And you can run right through the mobs. I was thinking, it's really not that bad. Because we've always got like rhinos knocking you back, and that's what causes the monsters to not be able to go through those doorways and stuff. But really, they just shouldn't even be in there. There should be different, smaller monsters in there. It is a valid report, though. Some of them was to react when it came through door to engage. All ladders went to floor hatch. When the hatch opened and knocked off the ladder, we got rid of that. In some places, line of sight to a mob room was clear. However, unless I walked right up to it, it didn't move, nor could I damage it. Pretty sure I killed all the mobs. Didn't get a light bonus. Tracker. Well, that's not a bad idea. When you enter a tower, some little display pops up, like Diablo says 2 monsters remaining. Have a variable number of mobs per room and some dungeon clutter to enhance. That is definite. Correct. Maybe once complete, replace vertical random towers and regular towers with that new dungeon asset you've been working on. You don't like the towers? What's falling through planets destroyed, odd biome crossover. I don't find what I was looking for there, but let's see, what else can we do here? Second occurrence for this here, Michael. I just created a tier 10 legendary leyline teleport and placed it where the last one. This happened to place right next to the beginning Solace, upgrading the maximum distance using the legendary zone, and then upgraded it to tier 11. Then upon interacting with teleport months later, I noticed that lots of legendary required some inverted common quality. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, yeah. You're right, Art. Let me see here. Screenshot. It's got a lot of legendary stuff there. Let's go ahead and do that. Check that out. I think that is Mike Bob somebody that kind of yelled at me. I actually haven't looked at, I got 8 messages here, and one of them was probably him responding to me. I messed up some of the recipes. He was not happy. Don't need to be out here anymore. And let's see, what are we doing? We want to make respawning plant collided. That's fine, you don't need to, well, yeah, I kind of do like that to debug, but now I'm going to turn that off. And I'm going to turn you guys off too. And I'm going to close those down. And we're done with you. What am I looking at? I don't even know what I'm looking at. What am I looking at? Leyline teleporters. Okay, so I want to craft one. I probably don't even have them unlocked. Crafting, masonry. I do have a lot of points here. Let's do stone and metal. I definitely want to get indicator tier to show that you need 8, because people expect 5. Giddy. And then I want to unlock all of these. Level 7. Resource scanners are super broken, really? What you talking about? Crafting, masonry, I probably need a bench. I'll have to stand over here. Get facilities, leyline teleporter. I don't have enough stone. I'm going to give myself a whole bunch of stone. Oh, yeah. 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 You know. Let's say, I want to, what do I want? I want stone. I want some of that. Want some of that. Oh wait, I got that wrong. There we go. Harder than legendary? Or elite, you say? Or just because you need more of it? I do need to place this. Well, and I already have one right over here. What am I doing? Whatever. We'll make another one. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm going to upgrade this guy. It's range. Upgrade. Upgrade. And let's pick him up. And why is this still open? It's not nice. I'm going to put it down, and he's still tier 2, range 2. I'm going to upgrade him. I'm going to pick him up again. I'm going to put him down again. And he's still tier 3. I think this is only going to break if I go up to 5, so I'm just going to, well, we'll just keep doing it. Legendary level 1 now. Now I'm going to be legendary level 2. I'm going to pick him up. And he went back to common. So that is a problem there. But his range is still showing as 5. Okay, then that's fine. Upgraded to 6. That is the max. I'm going to pick him back up. And I'm going to put him back down. His range is still 6. Alright, let's save and quit. Come back. Yes, it does. actually. There should be no legendary in tier 0. I can show you that math. Harvestable data, I believe it's under. So if tier is, these are the base values, you've got a 1% chance of finding uncommon. This is in a roll of 100, right? Yeah. So you've got a 1% chance as the base. And then if you get into tier 1, uncommon goes up to 5% chance. If you get into tier 2, well, yeah, basically this is the whole chart here. 1%, can you see that? Level, so this is like tier 2 or tier 1. So you shouldn't really be getting rare until tier 2. Shouldn't be getting elite until tier 4. And you shouldn't be getting legendary until tier 6. Do you think... I've changed these a little bit over time, haven't I? No, those look the same actually. And then of course that is subject to your resource spawn rate settings, of course. I've reloaded, he's still 6. Not sure what we're talking about here. Tier 11 leyline porter, range 6, upgrade cost. Just that, because he's holding on to it, is that what he's talking about here? I just created a tier 10 legendary 10 when placed it, was the last one to place it right next to the beginning tier, so it's upgraded the maximum distance. Upon interacting with teleporter moments later, I noticed that it lost legendary quite somehow reverted to common quality. I mean, that's correct, but it's really only the range that matters, but we can fix this. So basically it's just going above the maximum rarity, and I've got it set to revert that back to be, you know, whatever. Let's go to UI inventory, which is main UI. And when we're doing a refresh, where is it? Toggle interact, update inventory, update the sprite, give it a color, so it's going to default to turning that off, otherwise it's going to go up here. Really, the only thing that we're talking about here is that leyline teleporters can actually go up to 5 and 6. You know, and honestly, that'll fix it. It's just, please tell me this is marked as minor. It's marked as major. You know, because I mean, that doesn't actually do anything. It just changes whether it's red around the edges here or not. The range is still there. It looks like it's working properly for him. But whatever. But you took multiple backups, of course, right, Art? You didn't actually lose any of the destroyed data, right? You have 6 backups of everything, right? No, what are you doing? Okay, so see there now it's range 6, so it shows that it's legendary or better. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this is only a cosmetic problem. The range is saving properly. In any case, I've updated the rarity border display, the item rarity border display to show red 4. Teleporters at range 5 and 6 as well. There should be 4 townhouses. Storehouse is still there, but the sign went missing. There's no storehouse. Can't I get my resources for the moon? Just everything in my town disappear except the storehouse. I haven't really had anybody talking about any of this stuff anymore. Do you still see this at all ever, Stu? Where buildings disappear? It's hard to tell if that stuff's totally gone or not. Enchanting table doesn't level up. I don't know what he's talking about there. Let's try and mess around a bit. I think I can close my window now. It smells better in here. Sorry, Beepy Town. I'll close the window. What are you doing? What are you doing? Meow. What are you doing? Hey. There's a good kitty. PP always looks up at you when you stop petting him. Why aren't you petting me? Hi, what are you doing? Got these little stray tails. Just these little knobby crooked tails. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. I don't really even have any enchants yet. Let's see. Skills, crafting, enchanting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's go with do 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 do. Hi, kitty. And I'm probably, oh no, I'm level 58. So let's say I up this to level 9. And I don't know what he's talking about here. Enchanting table doesn't update level. Oh, I see what he's meaning. So like if I level up, let's see, can I do that? I need a, can I level up with light? I don't think I can. Let's say I want to do this. What can I get up to? Tier 3? I don't, this would be better if I had a new character. I'm already level 58. That would be tier 10? Tier 11? Let's get some tier 11 rubies, I guess. that should give me table tier insufficient. Of course it is. Yeah? Cool, cool. We just need more enchants, really, is all. And places to get them. Now I got white cat fur all over everything. Good lord. My nose is running from the allergies. I need to upgrade my enchanting table by... I'm gonna need to upgrade my stone cutting station to do that too, though. Look at this, was made by Skizgimp. Actually, I think I can just do... Let's see here. Let's do... Wit. There we go. Just give myself a tier 50 enchanting table. That should do it. I'm gonna pick this guy up. And let's see. So I wanted to do ruby, right? Tier level, I'm gonna practice. Yup. Yeah, didn't show my EXP, didn't show my level. Okay, I see what he's talking about. Didn't even show my EXP growth there. So let's save. And quit out, and let's see, there was one other thing I want to look at here. Ley line, let's see what UI, player, inventory, I think. Player, inventory. How about item details UI? Hey John. Obtain legendary level socket gems that are otherwise not possible to make. You can make the legendary item and then remove the gem from the socket. Possible to obtain legendary level socket gems that are otherwise not possible to make. You can make the legendary item and then remove the gem from the socket. I'm not sure what you mean. Give a warning on deconstructed table on item with a chance. Cat fight. Let me see. What am I doing? Pick up button. Beep John, what are you doing? Huh? Where's the buttons? Storage chest, backpack, resource scanner, clear drop, use, craft, open, fill, split. Oops, where'd pickup go? Split, socket, fill, open, get seeds, craft, place, drop. Where'd pickup go? Pickup. I guess that's in the facilities detail UI, isn't it? Facility details UI, and I'm actually talking about the ley line, the teleporter UI, aren't I? Where's pickup in here? Pickup button. If attempt to pick up, command attempt to pick up. This is what I want to do, more or less, but let's see here. We are going to find the facility, which a leyline teleporter is. We're going to return it to the inventory, blah, blah, blah. Close facility details UI. Can I do client player interface, close teleporter? I don't have one for that. Let's build one for that. Close facility details UI, close teleporter. target close teleporter, target close teleporter, and we're going to do teleporter UI.gameObject.setObject false. So we'll just make sure that that is getting closed if we've picked something up, and then we don't need this guy to be doing that. And there's a lot of garbage in here. We don't need any of that. What is all of this? Upgrade tier, upgrade rarity. I don't need any of that, do I? Don't know why it's there, but whatever. Leave that alone, leave that alone, leave that alone. And I was also looking at enchanting. What about enchanting? Doesn't refresh when you enchant. So that's its own thing. Close these guys down. Enchanting details UI. Enchanting UI. Enchant details UI. Lots of garbage in here too. Recipe selected. Change level, change tier, change rank. Enchant clicked. Now this is going to go to the server since this is multiplayer. So enchant request heads to the server. Regardless of what it does. Not enough resources. There's a few ways it won't do anything, but in those cases we don't care. Enchanting table update client data. That's all good and well. Let's also do client dot player interface dot refresh enchanting UI. Or is it update enchanting details? That should fix it. Let's try that. So I can make a legendary staff, and it has a legendary intelligence gem, but I cannot make a legendary intelligence gem directly. What's the staff you're talking about? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. So these are recipes that already have enchants on them because of the town recipes. Which are not actually supposed to be there. Let me peek at that real quick. That's going to be under resources, item templates. Let's look at weapons, staves. Unlock, I think like Staff of Light comes with magic damage enchant built into it. Well, let's see. Oh, I think only the U ones. Yeah, there's no U bows. Only the U guys have that. So tier 5. No, he's actually got it too. Tier 5 Thoughtfire Staff. I'm going to have to try that here in a second. I think I fixed what I was working on. Let's take a peek. I think I know what you're talking about, John. Oh, is that the one you're doing? Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, that's kind of something I've always had in my head, like, it's a good idea or is it a bad idea? I have decided that it's a bad idea, though. First of all, I want to check the enchanting table. I'm going to put tier 11 enchant, please. I'm just going to practice, and we should see my EXP go up. It did not. Okay, didn't do what I thought it would. So we need to go back and finish that real quick. What else did I do? I'm going to try and pick up a leyline teleporter real quick. So if I pick this guy up, it should close the window. It does. That's all good. Why did this not work? Planar base update enchanting details. What's this doing? Enchant details UI needs refreshing. If needs refreshing. It's not doing anything. That's silly. Come on now. Recipe selected. I think you can just go ahead and do that. Recipe selected. And we can just do the current enchant like that, I believe. There we go. What you me doing? Sleep kitty. Okay, one more time here. Strength, I'm going to practice, what is it, tier 11, and it does update properly, and we should expect to see my level go up as well. It did. And I don't need this debug. It's just going to be easier if I just open it from here. Let's get rid of that, close these down, and let's see now. John is talking about Thoughtfire staff. I just want to close this real quick. Resolve. Fixed phonics patch. Thank you. Thread helmet too. I did kind of want to look at that. Might just be too low. Let's open that up while this loads. That's going to be the... Actually, it might be a problem because of the way that I updated some stuff, didn't it? I'll look at that in a second. So, Thoughtfire staff, I'm going to have to learn that. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here, but let's see. Woodworking, I've got a bunch of points. Let's just do 10 of these. Actually, I can just do beep, 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 beep. And Staff of Charming, Moon Staff, whatever. I think this guy has it too, though. So let's say I want to craft a woodworking weapon, Staff of Light. It's going to have speed and magic damage built into it. So regardless of what I do, if I craft it, it's actually going to have stuff on it. No? Okay, never mind. That's not what I was expecting. So you're talking about Thoughtfire staff. So let's go to Arts Town. Which town is that? Ranger Emporium, I think it is. This is just a copy of the multiplayer server. It's a bit old, but let's see now. Where is the... It's getting dark. I'm going to turn the lights on. And I want to find the bowyer. Is there a bowyer in here somewhere? There we are. And I want to learn... Oh, no, I wanted the staff guy, didn't I? Is there no staff guy here? There he is. Let's make this big so people can see what we're doing. I want to learn the Thoughtfire staff. I'm going to need tier 5 uncommon timber. And he needs to be rank 5, actually. Okay, well, let's go with something smaller. Diviner staff. I think that's got an enchant too. We'll just try that first. 75 tier 1 uncommon timber. This is kind of mean, isn't it, to be this specific with this stuff? I think like that. Unlocked. These guys don't know how to craft anymore. I need to turn that off. Magic damage, speed. No, he doesn't have anything built into there. Okay, so maybe I need to upgrade this guy a bit. Let's see. Upgrades. Wooden construction supplies. I don't have any of that on me, but I can in here in a minute. Again, sorry for cheating. Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry. Tier 10. Now I need stone construction supplies. And I'm probably going to need metal construction supplies. And I'm going to need enchanted construction supplies as well. I should be able to go boom, boom, boom. And now I'm going to need Thoughtfire staff. 75 tier 5 uncommon. And Thoughtfire staff. I did fix respawning today, John, by the way. Thoughtfire staff. Takes legendary wood. When you make it, it comes with a legendary intelligence gem. I guess I better try to do it legendary, huh? You're saying it comes with a gem. I'm not seeing that. I was thinking some of these guys, because this guy's supposed to give intelligence, which would be a gem. How come I'm not getting it? Because I know what you mean, and this is the deal here. It's supposed to give bonus to magic damage and a bonus to intelligence. What am I missing? Did I make it different than you did somehow? I'm just doing crafting, Thoughtfire staff, legendary. It's not even showing the intelligence buff. I know what you're talking about, but how come it's not doing it for me? Lumber, Thoughtfire staff. Hmm. Well, it's not. I tried switching to hardened too. It's not adding it there. Tier 110. Yeah, that shouldn't matter either. It's not showing up at all on the stats here. Level 121. Should be normal. I would expect to see it show right here that it's going to be applying this intelligence buff to it. Why is it not doing that for me? Let's peek at the code. So when we go to craft, player crafting gets a command. Oops. Control F, command craft clicked. We're going to get the recipe. We're going to check the stuff. We're going to check the ingredients. I mean, even in the recipe details UI, we didn't have the expected buff showing up. Icon, title, description, rarity, colors, materials, amount. Load the base stats. Good. Speed, armor, etc. Tool. Schematics. Stat alterations in new stats. I think that is the deal here. Schematic skill bonuses. No, that is not it. Get item stats from the item. You're playing on, well, I mean, I haven't changed any of this recently, so it shouldn't matter. Tier 110, hardened. It shouldn't matter if it's hardened. It's weird. But, I mean, in any case, the buff's there. Cat fur in my mouth. So, it should be showing me that regardless. That's not what I'm talking about. Do we have a item? Where does the item start out? Way at the top here, supposedly. It's not a schematic. Get crafted item. Current item, current level, current tier, current rarity. That should be doing this, and we should actually be doing this first. Let's move this up above, because most everything is up here now. Some of them we actually want it to override. If it finds a item template, it's not actually going to be setting up the enchants for that. I think what I should be looking at here is, what's up, White Dragon? I should be looking at items, item template. This is where those buffs are stored. Bonuses. So who all is looking at the bonuses? Item template and item template editor alone. Interesting. Oh, I was only on like 2 days yesterday, or last week. Yeah, I had a bad week. Lost a lot of sleep. It looks like nothing is making use of this, but yeah. How come nobody's making use of this? And how is John able to make use of it? Is it possible, John, that you had this staff from a long time ago? Like in a chest? And you went back to it and you were like, socket, yay. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? Oh, no, I've been streaming at least a couple days a week. Look at you got this. What's on your forehead there, kitty? Who's biting you? What are you doing? Yeah, I don't think you should be able to do that anymore. I probably just have it commented out somewhere here, actually. Let me just do a find in solution for that. I bet I just commented it out somewhere. Enchant database, template generator, item database. Player crafting. Yeah, I know what you mean, and it confuses me a bit that these are even still in here when nothing's making use of them, because I purposefully don't use this stuff. My thought process being, you know, if the Thoughtfire staff is better than all the other staffs in the game, then everybody should be using this Thoughtfire staff. And I think that that's less fun than letting people choose which staff they want to use. What I'm hoping to do in the future is have it so that every staff that you unlock gives a global bonus to all staffs. So if if you're a swordsmith, you want to find as many sword recipes as possible. But then which sword you actually choose to use yourself is up to your preference. That's the system that I'm going for. That makes sense? Because I don't like it when there's, the master sword, and then everybody is just walking around with that same sword. But then to still have a reason to get excited for finding new swords, for example. So I'm pretty sure that I actually have turned off making use of this intelligence buff here. It's just based off of the item database math here, which should be the same for everybody. So what did I change in here? I didn't change anything. I just copied that accidentally. Okay, let's see what else we can fix before lunch rolls around. This I do want to look at. Is there something else I'm blaringly wrong that I'm missing, you guys, that I should look at right now? I'm just kind of going through stuff on the bug tracker at random. Let's see, crafting. I don't think I have any of these unlocked. So let's do that. Skills, crafting, tailoring. I don't have any tailoring points. Use a nice kitty, but I can't type when you sit there, sorry. You mean harvesting stats and stuff? What am I doing? Oh, you're back, kitty. Isn't that nice? What are you doing? Ability stats. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what I really want is to make more of these, but that is still silly to have them all on their own page, isn't it? Like, I want to have, if you've got 100 strength, then you get some more options. Like, maybe you just want to focus on damage. Maybe you want to focus more on hit points. So there'll be less global reward, but more specific reward. Because, these give, like, a bunch of... They've all got their, like, point 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's a total of 1 that they all add up to. Even though some of them have a whole bunch of stuff that they touch. Oh, knocking stuff on the floor. Thank you. So then they have like more specific skills after them, but they're not there yet, and having them all spread out like this is, and even then they would still all fit within a row like this, probably anyway. And we could just ignore this entirely. I'll see if I can't do that here in a minute. That would not be hard, probably. Anyway, I was going to look at tailoring thread cap real quick. Someone is saying that the thread helmet armor does not go up. Yeah, okay, so the minimum is too small. We've actually run into this before. You've got to get up to level 9 before it actually is able to round over 1. That's not nice. And I think actually gloves is going to be even less than that. Let's go ahead and unlock gloves in all professions if we can. Smithing as well, and take a peek at each of these. Leatherworking, gloves. Yeah, these guys even work at level 1, and of course smithing is as well. I'd like to reorganize these two. It should be tailoring, leathering, smithing. But anyway, this guy is definitely gonna make a difference. So it's just that the default armor value for level 1 armor, thread cloth armor, get armor. There's a base of 1, and let's see if it is any of these guys. It actually gets rounded down a little bit. If it's less than 1, it goes back up to 1. If it's cloth, it gets multiplied down by 40%. Do I really need this? Is the question. Well, of course, the problem with that was all of the simple stuff just gives a 0.5, which is still way better than 0, if you look at the math. We might want to just churn this up, but that would make even level 1 stuff quite a bit better. Could churn these down to 0.25. And churn this down to 0.5. Let me see what that does. In this case, we're going to be at 1. 1. Hold on. Stop. 1 times 0.8 times 0.4. It's going to put us at 0.32. It's still better than this. How about I get rid of this completely? And we take a peek. I've never played Wolcen. That's pretty new, isn't it? Let's see. So we're looking at armor, specifically tailoring. So now we're going to go down to a minimum of 0.38. So every level you make is going to have visible improvement, which is nice. And this is also going to lower our simple recipes down to 0.25. I think that works pretty good, actually. Let me double check the math here a little bit. I've got a little calculator somewhere here. I believe it's called calculators. Let's see, what would my monster damage be? Base mob damage, level 1. Let's say he's level 0.5. He's going to be at about 1.55 base damage at the beginning. And let's say I've got a full set of 0.25 times 5 on. That's going to give me almost 0 armor reduction. If it were 2.5, that would still be almost nothing. Not sure I have this set up right. Let's do an actual real world test here. Want to make, I can use round face. Oh yeah, I did fix that too, Art, so it won't do that. Let's see. So basically, I'm gonna make one each of these. And I'm not going to put them on yet. And I'm going to go get myself in trouble. Looked like there was a bad guy over here, was there not? There he is. With my luck, I'll get 2 on me. I'll go for this guy instead. Somebody's base over here. So this guy misses and hits me for about 0.4 to 0.5, which even though I'm naked is actually pretty darn simple. I'm almost regenning faster than he can hurt me, to be honest. Yeah, more or less. I guess like 0.35. Still super easy, but if I put all of these on, that's going to drop down to about 0.15, 17-ish, maybe 15-ish. Or say I put on, this is now actual armor, not simple armor. Now he's only hitting me for like 0.1, so it's a definite improvement. What level is this guy? This guy sure sucks. He's got to be the minimum 0.05, I'm assuming. If I can just bare knuckle him down. This is the immediate starting area, of course. So if I travel out even just a little bit, they're going to get harder fast. Yeah, he's only 0.55, so still kind of wussy, to be honest, if you ask me, but you get 2 of them on you and all of a sudden you're in trouble. I think that's fine. Nobody's complaining that the game is too easy, really. We're not setting out trying to make it hard. So I think that will suffice. I'm going to go ahead and stick with that for now. We'll see if anybody complains. Reduced simple cloth. Reduced simple armor to let's say from 0.5 armor to 0.25, and let's say reduced minimum how about non-simple armor values from 1.0 to 0.25. Minimum cloth actually adds up to, I think it was like 0.38 something, wasn't it? I better check that and write it down properly. Well, it's noon, but my wife doesn't have a lunch break till 1. And we got some cool people in chat. I suppose starve for an hour. What were we looking at? Tailoring, armor, helmet. Gauntlets. Minimum is 0.3. Is that an 8 or a 6? 8. Okay. Put these above the fixes. And for lack of any other... I don't know what this is. I even posted my own counter argument. Someone's saying that there's no consume button. New world created after patch using an old character. I wonder if some food that they had got broken somehow or something. Not sure what's going on there. I don't like to assume that people are just wrong, but... So, let's think about, that is a good little quality of life improvement that art brings up. What if I go to... I don't even know what that UI is called. I think it's just the good old skills UI, which is a bit of a beast. Let's see. So if I click on attributes, I want to attribute group game object set active true, current skill tree equals attributes, refresh top, and then I'm assuming at the bottom of this there's going to be a refresh skill tree. Right? Is that all within the same if there or not? No. So let's see. Okay, it goes down to these. So if we clicked on attributes, we're going to open up the attribute tree. And then if we clicked on any of these, then it's going to do this stuff. But I think what we actually want to do is just shortcut straight to not doing that, nor that, and just go right to this guy. Actually, I want to do, we'll just do that. Attributes. Refresh skill tree, refresh top. This will remove these buttons entirely. And then when we go to refresh skill tree, it's going to not general. Let's see, for each skill item in templates, get skill tree templates, current skill tree. Where are all of these stored? I forget. They are down in here. Don't think I'm generating these in runtime. I might be. If I am, they're going to be in here. Skill template generator attributes. Do I have something like that? Skill generator, skill template generator. No, I don't think so. I think they're down in here. Not with weapons, not the item templates, the skill template attributes. Now, these are all set up to be on the specific skill trees, but I'm going to move them all to the attributes skill tree. And that might actually be enough to do what we're trying to do here. So we're not even going to churn those buttons on anymore. Just if you click attributes, it's going to consider all of these as on that tree and load all of them up properly, I believe. We are going to have to rename the strength points spent. Okay, well that didn't quite work. Did it attempt to load anything? Main UI, skills UI, skill tree, skill buttons. Nope, there's nothing in there. Let's see. But it should be finding them in here. Skill tree, skill tree. If the skill tree matches, send them back. That should be correct. And then we're going to go through all of them, set them up right. I think this is the main problem here. If we click attributes. Hi kitty, what are you doing? Oh, I didn't set this. Whoops. That would break it. Do need to set that. I think that's all it was. Skill tree is now going to be attributes. We're going to refresh the skill tree. I think this is going to, yeah, this is not going to work. We're going to want this to just be like this now. The break at the end, and we're going to just say remaining equals get attribute points, AP remaining, and this is going to be, just going to need something new in there, I think, to add all those together. A hotkey to go there. Yeah, that's true. That's a common thing, or at least to the skill tree. K or something like that would be pretty common. Attributes, there we go. So now they're all in here, which is a lot easier to manage. They're not, looks like they've been alphabetically organized, which is not quite what I want. Strength and wisdom. Let's see, let me do this first. So these don't exist anymore. Let's see, I'm gonna want to do get attribute points. How about remove get total spent. Oh, there we go. I already had a thing for it. Get total spent AP dot to string, and let's do attributes bot like that. And what were we missing? It's organizing them by name. How do we do that? I wonder if that isn't because that's how they're organized right here. But it is. Let's just change these to strength, stamina, agility. That's basically it, but we'll go ahead and say 4, 5, like that. I think that will fix it. Hi again, kitty. Oh, we got an error. What are you doing? Is not a method. Oh, I didn't give my parentheses there. Can you guys see my cat? Just lays on the other cats all day. It's just always how Tabby sleeps. He has to find someone to lay on. Let's see. So skills, attributes. We've now got AP remaining up here. Strength is in the top. Yeah, that was quick and easy enough. Soul doesn't exist. Should probably turn it off because there's nothing in there. It's just confusing people. Let's see. Harvesting, general, or crafting, adventuring. Jobs are not yet implemented. We do want to implement those. I don't mind people knowing about those. Soul, I think I just want to turn you off for a moment. How can I do that? Let's say soul button dot game object dot set active equals false. Whoops, because I'm not going to be implementing you in the immediate future. And that just makes one more button in the way. I was thinking of doing it more like you get 1 point per level, or maybe more like 1 point every 5 levels. And they're much more general skills, like a light spell, or like improved regeneration, or improved jump, or improved run speed. You know, just kind of these like generic buffs that every 5 levels you can pick one. You know, and have all of them maybe be well, and that's what I was hoping to do with the what you're talking about. What I was hoping to do with the attribute skill tree itself, so that if you've got 100 points in a stat, it opens up more options, or you know, maybe 50 or something like that. So if you've got 50 strength, then you have the option to not buy strength, but buy just pure damage, for example. So like we've got physical damage, range damage, max health, health regen, but instead, once you're over 50, then you'd get a couple options here. Once you're over 150, maybe you get a couple more options. And they'd be actually less beneficial, but more specific. But so I got rid of the soul button. And let's see. I would also like to get rid of the crafter town people crafting UI. Crafting detail. Why is it called creating details? Who wrote this? Crafting details. This should just really never turn on, because there's nobody that crafts, right? I'm not wrong on that, am I? There's no more crafting anymore. Oh no, actually the wooden construction supplies are still crafted, aren't they? High details, crafting details. I just don't want this to show up on those guys that aren't able to craft anything, basically. If it does not equal null, then you can turn it on. Otherwise, I want you to just stay off. Let's do an else here even and say no. Meow. What are you doing? Wood, stone, metal, and enchanted still need to be prepared. So we can't just turn it off universally. I believe those people load in. This will, let's see, where are the, I don't know where they are. Engineer, there we go. So if I click on this, nope, I did break it. Okay. No, we don't want it on there. And for example, this guy, that's fine, but we also need to force it on when we go to this stuff here. So basically, I want to do this. If it's null, I'm just gonna leave it alone. Can I tell what kind of yeah, it's kind of a runaround, but that's fine. So if it's null, I'm just going to turn it off here as well. And if it's not null, I'm going to turn it on. So if you, even if you open up the wooden construction supply guides, for example, it's going to start as turned off. But if you click on the recipe, then it'll turn on. Oh, I'm naked. It takes forever to load all this in here. I should do that too, shouldn't I? Somebody was still saying that the, okay, let me just look at this real quick. I get sidetracked so easily. There's all of that. Then there's this guy, but if I click on him, I can still make the stuff. So, okay, we should be good there. Does it? Or are you just behind White Dragon? That's something I've noticed on Twitch before. You're looking at YouTube, so I'm not sure how that, if it's the same or not, but you might want to refresh, and you might lose like a minute or two. But sometimes like you slowly, like you lose a half second every minute or so. And over time that builds up, so you're actually lagging behind like 20 seconds or something from me being live. And if you refresh, it'll jump back to the start. Let's see, I think I want to go to a different world. But I tried to fix the other day here where... That's what she said. It's not about your internet though. It's just like the way that the streaming stuff works. Like it's not smart enough to catch itself up, even if it gets up-to-date data. It just keeps buffering it. So like if you lose a little bit, it just buffers that little bit extra. Like I have really good internet too, but when I've watched people, like the chat box you can see immediately, but then like to have it actually show up on the stream is like way later, and I'm like, what's going on? I love that you said your mom too. I still use that all the time. I don't. All of my friends stopped saying that, but I still say that all the time. I like using it in positive situations too, where people are like, you know, oh wow, that picture's really pretty. I'm like, your mom's pretty. And I get a kick out of that. Maybe I'm weird. I want to look at. We should see the spawned areas. Well, and I guess that's the only one that I was really looking at. Okay, so there's some more spawned. 85. No, we shouldn't get any more areas. Now we got 88. Shouldn't get any more spawning once it gets this whole area cleared out. It is still kind of jumpy though. What's up with the jumpiness? Is it Lewin terrains? Oh, I don't have it showing terrains. I can look up here. Chunk. Are there chunks turning on and off? Why is this still stuttering? No, it's not chunks turning on and off. What about sections? I updated all of this code just like last week, so it should be much more forgiving for despawning than spawning, meaning that even though I'm crossing over the threshold here, you know, I think it's this corner, probably, like right there is the corner. So if I run around that corner of these 4 terrains, it used to try and despawn stuff. It's still kind of getting funky though. I don't know if that's just the grass distance or what. In any case, one thing that I can do to improve that a bit. Well, it might be my fault, honestly. I'm not on bleeding edge technology. Don't really know how. I've got, you know, bitrate at 6,000 and 60 frames a second and all this stuff, and I don't get, what do I got? I don't have any notifications. Here's my stats. Performance metrics. My stream quality is good. Is that 6 megabits a second? 60 FPS. I'm only using 10% of my CPU. I don't know. I'm just really not a master with this stuff. I don't know. I don't have all the codes programmed into Twitch and, you know, all of that stuff. I'm a newbie. So I don't know. Maybe there's something on my end I can do to turn that up. I think you can just do a search for it. If you do explore public servers, Unity developer, what's it called? Developer community. Should show up right away there. Goofy King. Just go to the explore public servers. It should show right up. Twitch is a lot better than YouTube, huh? That's interesting. I did I think I did notice that with YouTube too. I'll bet YouTube is running a lot more checks on you too. Like, I had someone really yelling at me the other day on Steam reviews that I deleted their comments on YouTube, and I'm like, dude, I've never deleted a comment on YouTube. I'm not a comment Nazi. But he had there. I guess there's just certain words that if you even include them in anything you type in YouTube, the bots just automatically cut it out. So I don't know what the words are, but there's a lot of checks and stuff that YouTube's doing that Twitch doesn't bother with. That's slowing all of that down. Can't set a home Solace, says Art. That would be a big problem. Yeah, I mean, it was a big complaint. I got the whole comment in email. It immediately sent me an email notification of everything that he said. But then I opened it up and it wasn't there. So I thought, no, I guess he just, reconsidered his yelling at me and took it down. But then I went onto Steam and he was on there and he's like, you deleted my comments, you're just feeding your ego, you're not actually interested in the players and all this. And I was like, whoa, I didn't delete anything. But yeah, YouTube, I mean, you got to be careful in some respects. It's a tough argument. We were talking about that with is it okay to censor people when they're inciting violence? And it's like, well, no, that should be okay, right? But so then where do you draw the line? Who's okay to censor, who's not okay to censor? I actually haven't looked at it in a little bit here. We can go see if he ever gave me another response there. I think it was this one. I think it was more like, well, he might have deleted it. I think it was like right here. No, I think this was it. Yeah, he hasn't responded since. He said the game's too slow, and I said sorry. I guess this was the response. This was the original response, and it was like immediate. Like, it was literally like 4 hours after he posted it. I came on here and was looking at all the other responses, and so it just happened that I hadn't looked at them in months. And I got on like right after he posted it, and I got on and said, hey, sorry, had a bad time, this and that, and I try to respond to the negative comments, to just try and be like, hey, I'm not a jerk, actually. Just kind of, I don't know what some people just, and some people don't know it's me. Some people think it's a company. Some people think it's a team of people that are just doing this part-time and whatever. I don't know what people think, but some people don't understand. It's just me trying to do my best, and there's really only so much you can do with one person, unfortunately. And this is like the most difficult genre there is in gaming. The problem was that the math would round up to 1 if the armor was ever less than 1. And there's my auto backup, 1230. And in the case of cloth gloves, for example, it takes you need to get to level 8, 7 or 8 before it goes above 1. I changed the simple armor to be 0.25 and the minimum normal armor to be 0.25. So level 1 cloth, level 0 cloth gloves will now show properly as 0.38, and every level will add on more armor to that. So that is resolved. Vertical dungeon ladder. I would like to check that out. Do I know of any vertical dungeons anywhere nearby? Not out here. There's sure a lot of static towers for some reason. This is Ranger Emporium, right? Art, are you aware of any vertical towers I can check on? I just want to look at a random vert tower. There we go. Just want to try and click on a ladder. See if that isn't broken. And he's probably reporting... Well, he said single player. Here's one. I don't know if somebody has claimed this. We'll see if there's a baddie in here. There is a baddie, so it must be still open. Oh, these are big guys. Well, let me just click on the ladder. I'm not getting any errors. I think I fixed that quite a while ago. I should be able to... These don't give any errors either, do they? Crate box. And I should not be able to pick them up, right? It's locked, okay. I churned my... where is it? Crosshair transparency down to 0. Let's turn that back up to something so I can see it a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think that's all fine. I think this is old. Is all. What was this? 1.5? Yeah, I think that was a long time ago and I fixed it. Just gonna give that the okay. Player input, interact with, network behavior. Should be good. Yeah, I think I fixed that when I went in to fix the, or turn the hatches off. We could just, what do we got, 30 minutes here? We could update those to be stairs. Kind of the only reason I didn't do that was because no real good reason. Some of those dungeons, you go up a ladder and then there's a door in the wall, you know? That would be a little bit harder to do with stairs, and sometimes the stairs can block. But I've got a lot of really good checks in there to make sure all of that doesn't overlap with one another. Would need 2 spaces to be layering stairs next to one another, wouldn't we? Let's take a peek. Because I know people don't really like those ladders, and it does prevent the monsters from traveling around. And we could just get rid of the doorways entirely too, to be honest, so that the monsters can move more freely. And if we had stairs, they'd be a lot more able to chase you, because they don't have any understanding of... Oh, it saved me right here. Wow. They don't have any understanding of ladders. I don't actually need to be here fighting. Just wanted to take a peek at this. Turn the gizmos off. Maybe turn the lighting off too. And let's see, for example, who's going up? This guy is going upward. This guy goes up 2 floors? Wow, didn't know that was, I don't think I've ever seen that. But we could put a staircase there, of course. We could put a staircase here, of course. I do like this is an interesting tower. I don't think there's anywhere that, like, if I tried to use this square and this square to build the staircase up to here, that would block this guy, but there's ways to check all of that. It's just a little bit difficult, and maybe that, this guy's, wow, this is a big one. Honestly, might be just better to write a new system for some of this. That is a big tower. Because if we know that going into it, it's certainly a lot easier to control. I think the biggest reason that this gets complicated is because we allow it to branch around. Let's peek at the generation. Dungeon generator. It generates the entrance, and then it generates the main path. After that, it generates the branches. So, like, it's got this direct path to the top, and then it builds other rooms off of that main path. So those other rooms have to be careful that they don't get in the way of the main path. Which is kind of what I did in the Goblin Dungeons. The Goblin Dungeons... Well, and another thing about them is how they do this varied height. So this room is shorter than this room, even though they're on the same floor. So then compensating for that opens up different bits of difficulty in regards to programming. I did actually have some optional stuff that I added in here. I think it's just commented out. Would kind of be neat to look at it, really, if it's still in here. Add the walls, generate cell, generate room, generate boss room, generate corridor, generate walls. Might have gotten rid of it. I think I did. I used to have a thing that would encompass the whole thing. Dungeon Creator 2. It would wrap the whole thing in a box. So from the outside it just looked like this big solid tower. And then you had to go inside and travel around, but it was not as fun because you didn't get these floors, these little decks and stuff. Lego block dungeons. Yeah, it's just a bit complicated the way that I set this up. So let's see. think a cell is a room. No. Generate room, current cell. Current cell is boss room. Yeah, okay, so each cell is a room. And then it marks positions within the cell as occupied if it needs to. I forgot I turned my heater off. So like if that's the entrance into it, it marks that position as filled. I do have a spiral staircase, but it's you can't fit it in 3 meter space. You know, you'd only have 1.5 meters, or like only like a meter to walk on. You'd have to like go like this, and it'd be really steep. So it actually takes 4 slots. That's actually kind of why I paused this. I was going to try that. See if we can find an upward one like this. So we've got wood spiral stairs small, for example, but you need 2 by 2 to get this to work. Let's see, 1.5 and 1.5 probably. And then if I duplicate him and I move him, actually I think I just rotate him. Let's go minus 90 and let's do a plus. Oh. I messed that up. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Get this as a child of the tower, 29.5-ish. Maybe it's more like 28. No, how about 30? No, 0.5. And you at 12. Okay, so now you want to be minus 90. And I want to duplicate you and make your buddy be minus 180. And I want to move him over to 33, and I need to move him up, I believe, plus 0.75. Does that look right? Is that too low? Probably another 0.75. No, that doesn't look right either. Anyway, you get what I'm getting at here. You need, well, let's go ahead and keep doing it. This guy's going to be 90, and he's going to be at a z of plus 3, or is it minus 3? Plus 3. And we're going to give him another plus 1. And we'll do one more at 0, and this guy's going to be at 30. And he's going to be again at plus 1. And where am I? Oh, this is way up at the boss. Great. You can actually walk up these though, but it takes 2 by 2. I'm going to kill the boss so he doesn't kill me. And I'm going to grab myself. That doesn't look like the top. That's just a boss, I guess. Huh. Mid-boss. Where am I? So you can, well, the ladder's in the way, but, you know, it works. Now I'm stuck, probably. Anyway, let's see if we can't instead do... I'm thinking more like these guys. And in this case, it only takes 2 by 1. If I get another one of these and I move him up +3 and I move him over to 15 and I rotate him to be -90, now I can go up here like this. Climb up here, some of that stuff. We could then just get rid of these guys. Like this floor and this floor. I'm just going to get rid of these ladders too, how about? It selects the model, or just like the mesh, even though there's more to it every time. So this is going to be 12 +3, and once again at 90. I guess we did still want that floor, huh? So now I would be able to go up like this, if it would work. And the monsters would also be able to path down this, even though I haven't actually called redraw the mesh, so they don't actually now. If I had built those by hand, it would redraw the nav mesh, so they'd be able to follow me down here. And we wouldn't want to put a foundation underneath this, maybe a half foundation, so that it doesn't get in the way of this movement here. And even a half foundation I think would get in the way of standing right here. So that is a little funky looking, to be honest. We could put some walls along the back. Lots of different ways we could do it. And it would be way, way, way easier if, for example, we knew that each room was only going to be either 2 or 4 high. We could just have pre-made stuff to throw in there. You know, I had a lot of fun making this, but I made it pretty difficult. I could remake this better. Just a few, it'd take a few hours, I giddy. And it would be easier to add more clutter in if I did. We would lose out a little bit on some of the randomness of it, though, I think. In that right now, like some of these rooms, I think this is one room that's super tall, you know, and some rooms are really short. We'd want to specify those a little bit more, but it would only retract from it a little bit. What do you mean, can you save a full 360 as an object? Yeah, and I do want to add the enchanted torches in here so that different rooms have different colors, just kind of randomly, because it is hard to tell where you're going when everything looks the same. I think the torches would help out a lot with that. Maybe have some that are brighter, some that are darker, some that are kind of more greenish than others. Maybe not go crazy, but just even a little bit so that there's more variation to tell where you've been and what's going on. And yeah, I'd put some walls around the stairs definitely to keep you from running off of them. Yeah, I paid custom for those spiral staircases because it's hard to find them. No, you should not be able to build or place anything. I think Stu was able to actually. Let's give that a try. Yeah, it doesn't like it when you do that. And it shouldn't let you. How to do that? That's a good thing to fix. Because you're not supposed to do that because you don't own it. It's okay if you don't own it, but it's not okay if it's owned by 000. That is the don't touch me number there. Let's see. That's going to be under player building. Place facility in the current document, please. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? What are you doing? And we're going to want to look at command place facility placing. Area is too steep. Don't think we have any checks for the owner. We certainly do when locking and this and that. Let's see, it actually wouldn't be difficult. And it can go before all of this stuff. Let's see, if collision is null, if it's not, if it's a well, not if it's on the ground, if it's a facility. Here we go. If we get a structure, if the structure is null, building hit but no structure found. We've already spawned the object though. Would prefer not to spawn the object. We would like to do it here first, actually. Building layer, structure, get component, structure ID. Structure does not equal null. Let's say and structure dot owner does not equal 000. Not allowed to be owned by 000. That's really all we need to check, I think. Let's give that a try. Yeah, that would work too. That wouldn't be applicable in some other situations though. when a player is trying to put a torch onto a real building. Because this is a structure. You're talking about the Dungeon AI script. And normally we don't want to access the Dungeon AI script when we're dealing with torches. We just want to access the structure script, because in 100% all cases of trying to put it on a structure, that's going to be there. No terrain found is not what we want it to say, but it is working. We want that actually to interrupt here. I should have thinking about 6 things at once here. Not like that. If structure does not equal null, we want to do if structure owner does equal this, then we actually don't want this command to go through. We want you to go ahead and say you don't own me, you don't own that. Color red and return. So this will just stop this chain of events from unfolding any further, to the point that you won't be able to place anything in a building that is owned by 000. Since you can't put zeros, or you can't put numbers in player names, this is an impossible name. So even if somebody... you are able to place stuff on structures that other people own, though, aren't you? But they are always able to pick it up, I guess is the thing. I always go back to, I think it was Ultima Online, where people would just... You could get 2 guys to stand next to somebody in a corner, and that person couldn't play the game. They couldn't move. There was no way to move. They could just stand there and keep you there. You know, there's people that actually do stuff like that. We don't really have thousands of players getting on and griefing one another, but it's something I like to think about. So if somebody were to know where you logged off and then built a bunch of like redding vats all around you so that you couldn't move, that would be possible. But if it's your structure, you would be able to pick them up. If it's not your structure, you wouldn't be able to pick them up. No, you'd still be able to pick them up unless they're locked, right? You know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm starting to get my brain's slowing down because I haven't had lunch. You don't own that. So yeah, you can't put stuff down here anymore. Stuck would put you on top of the stuff. Stuck tries to get you. Yeah, don't use that to cheat. Haha, I just showed that to everybody, but that's fine. Stuck just draws a line from the sky straight down and tries to get you somewhere that doesn't have anything above it. So that is a cheat code to get to... Oh, that guy's gonna kill me. He did like 80% of my health in one hit there. It just tries to get you out from anything. So like if I did it here, actually, yeah, these don't have, I think these are built so you can fall through them. Yeah, they are. But you know, if it was a house that we built like these, it would just try to put me up on top of everything. Make sure I'm not stuck down inside of something, because that's usually where people get stuck, is like in a foundation or inside of a rock or something weird like that. So I think I'm gonna sign off for now. sign off for today. I think, there's some valid points in here, even though, well, let's change this to, let's see, enhancement, and it's minor. There's some stuff that we would like to upgrade this. I don't necessarily want to just close this, but the bugs that this was originally created with don't exist anymore. And I still haven't seen this either. Have a good one, Art. I don't think this is a thing anymore. 7.1 is quite a while, or 7.0 is quite a while ago. I think we fixed all of this. I'm going to go ahead and close it for now. Closing. Pretty sure this is all working as expected now. We'll of course watch for the reports. I'm interested in getting back and working on visuals, though, that I've been working on shadows, and colors, and trees, and ground clutter, stuff like that. Got some butterflies I kind of want to get in. It's totally not necessary, but would just be cool, and I own them, so why not? Things like that. Stuff just to make the game look a little better, run a little better. And definitely, though, to put in some time for these bug fixes. There were definitely some problems there with the latest push, so make sure those all get fixed up before we move on to new stuff as much as possible. Most of this doesn't look bad. I'll definitely be going through some of this, though. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow, because there's quite a few of these that have been added here recently. Would be nice to take a closer look at more of these, but yeah, I'm going to sign off for the lunch. It's past 1, in fact. But yeah, I'll be back in the morning. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. And thank you for the reports. That's how I know what I need to fix. When that's my goal.